Hello, hello, hello. What's happening? Let's see chat. So, hello everyone. If there's anyone watching, I don't know. We'll see in chat. In the meantime, I'm working on a leather guitar strap. Hi Ross. Let's see, can I? Welcome. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm a bit behind. Yeah. Yep. Hi Papa, welcome to the stream. Nice you could join. Good morning, I think it is in California right now. $10 a.m. Yeah, good morning then, isn't it? Yeah. Is the sound quality okay? Am I not too loud or not loud enough? Because last couple of days I had a lot of trouble with my audio settings. So let me know guys if you want me to change anything. Yeah, and just to let you know, oh perfect, all right, great, great. Yeah, I'm back to using my old mic. I thought I had bought a better lavalier mic, but for some reason there was too much gain, or it was too responsive, maybe. It was either too soft or it was clipping. So bit of black dye, and I'm going to try and dry the edge of the strap. So if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate, let me know in chat. And I try to answer your questions. Hi Adam. Well, you're not late. I'm late. I'm behind. We've just started. Hi here, Gear. Welcome to the stream. Nice you could make it. It's been exactly a month since my last live stream, so I thought let's do one tonight. This is going to get messy. Ah, man. All right. All right, yeah. Luckily, my wife made me dinner and is taking care of all the dishes and such, so I scheduled this stream this afternoon when I thought, well, we'll be ready in time for stitching, but I was running late and I had to redo something, and my wife was running late, so we also just managed to be in time for the stream. Hi Mr. Martin, welcome, welcome. So, dye everywhere. One lovely dyed edge. I'm not going to put it right here. Morgana, I just came. Thank you. All right. Of course, everything's black. Yeah, this is a strap, and yes, I'm sorry, guys. Oh my, yeah, yeah, you're all right. The stream is still mirrored. Let me fix that for a moment. Let me fix that. Now you should have the the workshop like it's intended. Thank you, here, Gear. I didn't notice. I've been staring at the screen all day when recording a video, because there will be a video about everything that went into making the strap and of course the finished result. So I'm simultaneously also making another strap that I can use in the video. So I started this strap in a video that's coming to YouTube, if everything goes well, coming Monday. And so together with this live stream, you will have a full video of me doing the entire strap, and of course the more detailed live stream for some parts of the strap making, especially the stitching. And I had planned to only do the stitching tonight, but as you can see, I'm not there yet. So this is for me the first time that I'm doing a live stream and a video recording, yeah, parallel or simultaneously. So, yeah, the side is dyed black, and now I'm going to use a burnishing stick to burnish the edge. While the dye is still a bit wet, this is a perfect moment to start burnishing the edges of the strap, so they're nice and smooth. And I'm also trying to blend together the seam or the edges between the orange leather and the black leather. Yeah, thank you here, dear. Yeah, it's... Of course, this strap is going to go with the Phoenix. And this is the first one of black and orange. But maybe I'm going to keep this as the standard strap that's going with all the Unquendor guitars. All the guitars I sell come with a handmade leather strap, but this is the first time I'm doing a laminated leather. Just to make it a bit more special. And Adam, I can't wait to see the video on the strap. Yeah, I think... Whoa!
Morgana Horn-Vague supported the channel and said,
thank you very much, Morgana. Thank you very much. I highly appreciate it. And yeah, all the tips and super chats that are coming in during a live stream are going into a fund for me to, yeah, how do you call it? Get better gear, get a secondary camera, and yeah, reinvest it into the stream, so to say. So thank you very much for your support. Where was I? Oh yeah, Adam, on skill sets. I think as soon as you start making guitars, for example, you soon realize that either you have to outsource a lot of things or buy a lot of things or do them yourself, and that means expanding your skill set. And I've always been someone who would try to do it myself first before asking someone to help me or outsourcing stuff. And especially leatherworking is something I always wanted to try. And making straps gave me a good excuse. And usually I don't film my strap making process. I don't make videos on all the straps I make, and that's because leatherworking for me now is my hobby. I can do this on a Saturday or a Sunday when I don't have anything else to do and just make a couple of straps just by myself in the shed, some music on or some videos playing, some audiobooks. So yeah, I think leatherworking is my hobby, and especially the stitching. I can hand stitch a strap while watching a movie with my wife, for example, just inside on the couch. And I thought to do the same on this live stream. So I think, oh, I forgot a side to burnish. And burnishing leaves a little burr on the side of the top layer of leather. There's a tool comparable maybe with a plane that I can use to trim that burr, to put a very small chamfer on the edge of the leather. So it rounds over that edge, it cuts away the burr, and it burnishes the edge a bit, all in one go. So. So, hi Hubert, Hubert, I think it's German, so it's most likely pronounced more like Hubert. Let me know if I'm wrong. Oh, thank you, Mr. Martin. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. One pass with a mechanical burnisher. And a tiny bit of microcrystalline wax. Just a tiny bit. And then we can finally punch a lot of holes for all the stitches. So, really get that wax in there. Not yet, not yet, not yet winter here, Gear. It's still, today I think it was 17, 18 degrees Celsius. So it's nice autumn weather. And to be honest, we haven't had a real winter in years. Usually just a couple of days of snow and some freezing, but it seems to me that winter is coming later and later each year. Usually around half of January, February maybe, it's starting to get a bit colder. And then when it's half of March, the weather is clearing up again. And we can all speculate about the cause. I think even tomorrow or Saturday it's getting into the 20s again, so hopefully I have some time to go on a hike for just a couple of hours. Yeah, north of Sweden, yeah. Your winters are much earlier, I think. I don't even think I know. Way up north. But yeah, here in the Netherlands, especially where I live, and we are of course a very small country, we're highly influenced by the sea temperature. So if the North Sea is still warm, our weather here is also usually a bit warmer. So, a bit of microcrystalline wax on the edge of the strap, and this helps me to fix in the leather dye a bit, and it helps with burnishing. Yeah, I bet. Close the window. Yeah, we haven't seen, I think, 10 or 20 centimeters at most, I think, in the Netherlands. So, use a burnishing wheel, and this is just a nylon wheel with a groove in the edge that I can run along the edge of my straps to round over the side and burnish it all in one go. And give it a rub with my burnishing stick as well. I usually put this in my pillar drill and run the strap through it, but that would mean that I would be working over there. Oh wow, here gear, why would you do that? Sweden isn't that bad, yeah, maybe the north of Sweden, maybe, I don't know. I wouldn't move. Alright, sick of the cold. Yeah, I can understand. You have winter almost half the year, I think, or at least cold weather. Yeah, then Germany or the Netherlands might be a good option. Or maybe the south of Sweden. That shouldn't differ too much from Germany or the Netherlands, I think. Alright guys, almost done, I think. Yeah, I don't know if this shows up on camera. I'm going to try it anyway. No, it won't focus. But what I'm trying to do, like I said, I'm trying to blend the two edges together so the seam in between the orange and the black doesn't show as much. And I'm trying to really smoothen out the sides of the leather. And by applying friction and heat, either from my hand burnisher or the mechanical one, I can round over the edges and really smoothen out the fibers. And both the dye and the wax help me to really, stick everything together, I think. So, of course, this step is optional. But I think it's a nice finishing touch on the strap. Yes, 7 months of winter, oh my god. All right. Yeah. Great. Take a piece of cloth, or a cloth, old towel. Yeah, this will have to do a nice black edge. Time to start punching some holes for the stitches. And now I'm at the point that I had hoped I would have been 2 hours ago. But hey. And to do so, to punch all the holes, I could use a hammer to punch a lot of holes. And I'm going to need my tool. Where's my tool? Here's my little tool. It's a... oh, I forgot the English name. Let's call it a stitching fork or a stitch punch. It has 4 teeth that I can use to punch holes all the way through the leather, and this is where my stitches are going to be. You can see I've already, hopefully it shows up on camera in black. Let's see. Yeah, I think it will. You can see I've already made a groove along the edges of the leather strap, and I'm going to punch holes in that groove using my fret press. I have modified my fret press just a tiny bit so I can insert this stitching fork. I don't know. If anyone knows what this tool is called in English, please let me know. I tend to forget, and when I'm doing a video I use Google Translate to translate for me. So yeah, and now it's a matter of punching a lot of holes, and I've made a jig with a fence I can put my strap up against and then use the press to punch the holes. I'm going to set up a secondary camera with my phone so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's see if this works. Hello. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Secondary cam. Type camera. Come on. Why? Come on. Yeah, here we go. I think it shows up. Let me see on chat. Yeah, here we go. So there should be a small camera right there. And it's funny because it's standing right here and I have to point to that corner where it is. Try to align it inside that groove and just punch 4 holes. I'm going to try and switch cameras, guys. Hold on. Camera. This one and this one is going to be camera 1, iPhone. What's wrong? I'm sorry, guys. It lost connection to my phone for some reason. This works. This works. All right, here we go. Here we go. Did I miss anything? Nope. Just me fumbling about. And we're on. Yeah. I think you guys might find my work and what the punch is doing more exciting than my face. So I have to clamp down the press a bit. Oh, come on. Highly improvised stream. So, it's solid now. raise this up a bit. So, and here we go. Yeah, you really have to bolt it down or clamp it down. Mine is heavy enough that usually it will sit and stay in place fairly well. But with this work, it's better to clamp it to the bench. And what I'm doing right now, I'm punching the holes and I'm using the last tooth of the fork into the last hole I punch. So I'm only punching 3 new holes at a time. I'm using the last hole and that last teeth as an index to get a consistent spacing. And hopefully we get around to stitching. I think so. But if not, I might do another stream either tomorrow, or I'm thinking about maybe doing a very early stream Saturday morning, so everyone in the US can enjoy a live stream in their evening as well for once. But I'm not sure yet. And using a press to do this is much friendlier on your ears and on your wife or your neighbors than punching all these holes in with a mallet or a hammer. Yeah, a brass hammer also works very well, of course, for doing frets. But yeah, like you said, if you have an arbor press, it's very useful, not only for frets, but for a lot of things, punching holes, if you work with bearings, to press in bearings, or other press fitting jobs. And they're not that expensive. And I wish I could make a mechanism that pressed the strap down when I raise the the punch. And I think you can understand why I think this is a relaxing thing to do. It's quite meditative. Meditative? I'm not going to try. I'm not going to do that. 120 on eBay. I can't recall, but I think I've got mine a lot cheaper. Maybe try Amazon. Right, a tricky bit. I have to change directions ever so slightly because of the taper in my strap. Here we go. Whoa. Come on. Yeah, I was not sure, but I thought I paid something like that, 80 euros, something like that. I do recommend getting a heavier one. So I'm using a 2-ton press because it's, in my opinion, a bit better to have some overcapacity than you're running short on, yeah, what do you call it, power. I want this to be as symmetrical as possible. So that hole is 2.5 centimeters from the tip, 2.6. Let's see, 2.6 approximately. Yeah, that should be fine. And here we go again. And this bit right here, so the extreme curve, I'm going to do in a moment by hand with just a single punch, single hole punch. It's not too bad actually, we're making good progress. And how are you all doing? I'm terribly sorry I can't look at you right now. Well, maybe I can. Maybe I will change. Let me change the camera angle so you guys are right there instead of behind me. Here we go. Let's see. Make sure I can keep reading chat. Something like this, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, that's a bit better. Hi Graham. Yeah, I'm busy as always, as you can see. Busy making straps, or a strap. But I'm well, I'm live streaming again. I finally have the opportunity and a reason to live stream. So it was a month exactly when I edited the thumbnail for the announcement. I saw the previous one and I saw it was exactly 1 month ago. The 24th of September. So I'm happy to be back and I really enjoy live streaming, to be honest. And I'm even thinking about maybe, and I don't know if I should say this, because I think you should do what you promise. So it's not a promise, but I'm thinking about it, and that's maybe doing the next guitar build in a live stream format only. Instead of making another video series and then maybe using footage from the live streams to make videos. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Morgana. Yeah, I hope you recover soon. That's strained or sprained ribs, not fun. I can imagine even breathing or let alone laughing causes a lot of pain and agony. I think you agree, Graham, with a live stream build. Just a couple of streams every week. Oh yeah, 12-hour live stream. Yeah, maybe a 12-hour live stream, but usually the problem with those long live streams is battery life of my mic. Usually my mic, for the wireless lapel mic, the battery life is approximately 3.5–4 hours. And doing a 12-hour stream is taxing. That's the correct term in English. It's very taxing on your equipment. Both on the camera, but most of all I'm streaming on my iPad. And after a 3 to 4 hour stream, my iPad is burning hot. So I don't know if it survives a 12-hour live stream. Yeah, I know he did, but I can't and I won't build a guitar in 12 hours. It's not something I aspire to do a time build, at least not at this moment. Because I like my guitars to be as close to perfect as I can get them with my tools and skills and the time that I have. And I don't want to rush anything. For example, today I'm running a bit late on this strap because the strap I was working on initially in the video, and you guys are getting a heads up. I didn't like how that one turned out. There was a a spot from the glue on top of the leather, which I didn't like, and the glue up didn't go as I would have wanted it to, so I made a new strap. And I'm the same with my guitars. If I see something that requires an hour more work, I'm going to spend the extra hour. So most of the holes are punched, and for this section on the end and on the other side I have to do those by hand. So that's what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to switch everything around again so we can punch those holes. Oh. I'm going to turn off that camera for a moment. Oh, one camera, iPhone, not iPhone, main camera, yeah, secondary camera off. I'm going to need this punch. Man, oh man. I hurt my arm a couple of weeks ago and it won't heal. Yeah, Ben Crow has a lot of help. I think when he's streaming he has a setup of 5-6 cameras and a producer or a camera operator. Infinity Mega flush trim bit for your guitar bodies. They have different sizes. I've got one. One of my first subscribers sent me an Infinity bit. Oh, and I'm so sorry I can't recall his name. Chip Tate sent me a flush trim bit, and I'm still very grateful for that. It's an excellent bit. Yeah, I hope so too. But at least I can still play guitar and work on guitars to some extent. I have to be careful, and it's only when lifting stuff that my arms hurt. So let's go. Let's finish the strap. Or at least let's get to stitching. I'm going to move you guys around a bit. Here you go. I'm still so happy with this setup. Oh, that suffices. Well, I'll leave it right here. Scrap piece of MDF. And maybe, let's see. Camera, device, iPhone. Kinda a close-up, maybe. Can I raise it even further? Oh! Don't look at the small screen, guys. You get nauseous. And this is where I want to put all the tips towards, is to have a better secondary camera, or ideally I would have a camera that could swivel on a words today. What's it called? The rotating camera head. Hi Nicky Donuts. I can't recall what it's called. The swivel thingy on top of a camera. A dolly or... not a dolly. Gimbal. Right, yeah, a gimbal. I had to think about it too long, but yeah, a gimbal. That could follow me along, so I can have my main camera, a steady camera, maybe an overhead camera, and a gimbal that could follow me along when I'm doing, for example, a build live stream, that I could set it up and it could follow me when I'm using my equipment. So essentially have an AI camera guy, woman in the shop. But those are expensive, at least the good ones. So what I'm doing now, I'm using the spacing of the stitching fork to mark where the next holes need to go. I want one right there in the center. Maybe. All right. Oh yeah, Mr. Martin, you're more than welcome. If my channel grows enough, I think the first thing I would do is indeed hire an editor, and after that a cameraman, at least for the, or a producer or something like that, or ideally someone who likes to make videos as much as I do, but he likes to make the videos and not be in the video itself. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to whack my punch a couple of times with a hammer. Yeah, nice all the way through. Let's see. Yeah. Perfect. Here we go, guys. All right. Hi, Retro Studio. Hello. Yeah, guys, all the holes are in and they're punched in all the way through, and I'm going to try and show this on that little screen. Hopefully it shows up that all the holes I punched are diamond shaped. They're a diamond shaped hole, and this should allow for nice stitches that are not in line with one another but slightly at an angle, and it looks real nice when it's done, hopefully. So now let me clean this up a bit, put away the tools I don't need. I'm going to need my punch, hammer I don't need. I'm going to put it away. One moment. Put this away. At the same time, find my needles in a haystack. Needle in a guitar shop. Put this away. Make sure the bench is nice and clean, and that's because the wire I'm going to use to stitch these two pieces of leather together is wax coated, and it will attract any bit of dirt laying around. So make sure I've already swept the floor before the stream started. So next thing to do is measure the amount of thread I'm going to need. And this is nice about this bench, because I'm going to need 8 times the length I'm going to stitch. So this is a 1 meter leather strap, and as a rule of thumb I always use 8 times that amount, and this allows me to stitch the entire strap in one go with a single thread. So I'm going to try this for the first time. I think I should be able to maybe use this instead. Oh, this is one without. This one. Use this one. So 8 times the amount. That's 1. That's 2. 3. 4. 5. 6, 7, 8 times the amount, and a bit just to be sure. Now I'm going to need 2 needles. And these are the incorrect ones. Come here. And these are dull leatherworking needles. And this is a bit tricky to do because the eye of the needle is just big. Oh, this is my old scissors. Bye bye. I ordered a size too small, ideally. So it's a bit tricky to get the thread in. Yep. Come on. Yep. Yeah, Retro Studio. Yeah, this is the to accompany the Phoenix guitar. But I think I will keep the orange stitching as a option. I really have to focus a moment, guys. The downside is I usually use a how do you call it? A plastic based or artificial wire or thread, and this is a real cotton thread, and the downside is the fibers don't stick together. So it's very hard to thread the needle, so to say, because every time I miss, I have to cut a section and try again. Yep. Come on. Ah. Yeah, I think that might help. It is already pre-waxed wire, but I'm going to give it a go. Oh, this is not wax. This is cut and polish. Where did my wax go? Oh, here it is. That's what I love about you guys. There's always someone with a tip. Hopefully the fibers stick together now. Downside is it now is real slippery. Maybe glasses go off. I only need 1 or 2 fibers to pass through the eye of the needle. Yep. And I know it can be done because I've already done it. And I don't want to get my bigger needles, because the wider the eye of the needle is, that's the harder it is to get it through the leather. Come on, yeah, haha. And there's a little trick. I'm going to try and show it on the little cam. To not lose your threaded needle. And that's to pass it through the thread itself. So just an inch or 2 centimeters or so from the end. Try and run it through the thread itself. And it's a dull needle, so it's a bit tricky. But here we go. So stick it where you are. There you are. So stick the needle through its own thread all the way through. And this way you can't lose the needle. Let's do that one more time. Here we go. Does practice make perfect? I'm going to loose the glasses. Almost there. Ah! I missed it. I missed it. Come on, guys. Come on, come on. Now I'm getting nervous because you all are watching me trying to thread a needle. Nope. Too bad. Yaha! We've got it. Victory! All right, see you later, Nick. All right. Try to run it through the thread. Like so. So here we go. So make sure my hands are somewhat clean. Of course, there's dye on them. and some wax only helps. And now let's set up to start stitching, and I'm going to use my vise to help me with the stitching. So I'm going to swap some things around real quick, and I'm going to maybe send my wife a text for some coffee first. Let's do this for now. I don't know if she's watching. Please. So. Because my throat is getting sore, I'm going to move you guys around once more. So bear with me, so you guys can see what I'm doing and I can talk to you all. Oh. So let's see. Can I lower myself? Nope, not enough. And this is why I would love to have a gimbal. Hopefully it wasn't too nauseating for you guys. Maybe do this. Raise it. Maybe I can lower this. I can lower this a bit. Do this. Yeah, I'll be mostly working here, so that's perfect, I hope. I can see chat right there. Now the tricky part is finding the center of this wire first. Maybe with this setup, maybe it isn't too, oh, it isn't too bad at all. Hey guys, as you might know, this is the first time I'm using this bench for when making straps. So I'm coming across all kinds of features I didn't realize I could do, making this bench even more useful than before. Yeah, dank u. The text did work. There's my coffee. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to start my stitching somewhere along there. So first thing I need to do is push my needle through the leather. And this is why I'm using these smaller needles. So it's easier or not as hard to thread them through the leather. And now I'm going to try and get the center of the wire or thread. It isn't a wire, it's called a thread in English, isn't it? So excuse me for my language today. So this should be the center, hopefully. And now I have to separate these two threads. All right. Yeah, separated them. Am I still alive, guys? Yeah, I think I am. I'm going to stick this one right here. So for now, this is going to be wire management. All right, still live, thank you. Yes, it happened to me before when I moved the camera that my connection got lost. So I was a bit worried. Still on live chat? Yeah. Still on live chat. So, from now on it's wire management or thread management. Thread assessments. To not get them tangled up into themselves and into the other. And that's going to be a bit tricky. But let's make our first half stitch. So what I'm going to do, I'm always going to make a new stitch by going from the outside, so from the black side of the leather in. And this is going to be annoying as for the first couple of stitches. I have to put my needle somewhere. Right there. And pull 4 meters of the thread all the way through. And for the other half stitch, I'm going to pull the wire I just went through. So the topmost wire, I'm going to pull it down. So I make room for the other needle to go through. Put my wires or the needle somewhere. Make sure this doesn't tangle up. And pull the first stitch tight. So this is one stitch done. Next stitch from the outside. And I think I'm going to need this one right here. A place to put my needle. Pull it all the way through. Next needle again. Pull this bit down. Come on. And pull it tight again. Next one. Oh. and I try to not let my thread sit on the floor. So I'm coiling it up on my lap. Pull this one down through here. And pull it tight. Let's see. Yeah. I can, how do you call that? I feel with you, Adam. I already did some stitching yesterday on a small belt, and right here is also where there was a blister, and it popped open this afternoon. So this is also going to be very painful, but luckily I don't have to pull my stitches very tight. The pieces of leather are glued together, and the glue alone should hold the two strips of leather together fairly well. And this is somewhat decorative. But still, to get the best result, you need to pull the stitches tight. So let me enjoy my coffee. And I'm going to set up, or at least I'm going to try and set up the secondary camera for you guys, so you can see this side of the stitching as well. Here we go, here we go. Does this work? Maybe. This might be annoying for you guys at home. Camera. I don't think you guys can see the stitches, I think. Maybe, perhaps. Let's see. I need to go over this one. Yeah. No, unfortunately I can't zoom in with, I think with this app. No, it won't allow me to zoom in. Maybe I can put it a tiny bit closer. And then I will move this thing through here. Maybe I won't need to. So pulling it through this hole. And it's important, I don't know if it shows up on the bigger camera, that I go underneath the previous wire on the back side, on the orange side of the strap. So, and I'm pulling it down on the orange side and then run my needle on top of it through the same hole. Sometimes you see someone putting in the needles from either side at the same time, but I always have a hard time pulling them through. So I do them one at a time and use the thread itself to create some extra room, extra space for the needle. Pull this one down again. And pull it tight. I'm going to lower the strap a bit so it's easier for me to do the stitching. Pull it through. Oh. Come on. Nice. The Swedish workbench is a great thing to have. Yeah, I'm very, very happy with my Swedish workbench. It's the perfect size for my workshop. It's the perfect size for guitar building. Maybe if you're a cabinet maker, it might be on the small side. But for hobby work, guitar building, leatherworking apparently, and all that sort of stuff, fine woodworking, it's more than big enough. Unfortunately, I haven't seen him. The Adventures of a Little Wolf. I think he's a leather worker by trade. Maybe he joined later. And now you can see hand stitching straps is very time consuming. That's why I thought, well, let's do a live stream and chat with you guys a bit. And I really like it. Let's see if I can get a better view on these stitches. I really like it when the stitches are slightly at an angle, and that's why I'm pulling the wire on the backside down when inserting the needle overhead, because there are diamond shaped holes. One side is on the inside of the strap, so to say, and the other side, the other corner, is on the outside of the strap. And by making sure the wires pass through the hole in that order, you get a nice diagonal or a nice slant to each stitch. And by trying to pull all the stitches evenly tight, you get a nice pattern of stitches all the way along the edge of the strap, I hope. I'm going to put a clamp right here. Maybe this helps. Let's see. Keep track of the needles. Pull this back and down. Pulling it tight. Adam, do I make guitar cases? No. I've thought about it, to start making my own guitar cases, but I think I need a table saw, which I don't have, for which I don't have enough space in the workshop right now. And I did some research in purchasing the hardware and such, and it got too expensive. You can get a really nice rock case, for example, a flight case, that I can customize to what I need. And from a business point of view, that's more feasible to do. I think for a hobby, all right, go ahead, make your own case. It's a nice project to do, but I have to keep my time and costs in mind. And because I give away cases with my guitars, so the case comes with the guitar, I have to keep cost in mind. I'm still trying to build up a business and hopefully I can keep it up this year. We have to see for next year. I think I can manage to keep doing what I'm doing for 2025, and we'll have to see for 2026. But yeah, so I have to keep costs in mind at this point. Oh. And if I spend, let's say, a week on making a case, it's going to be a very expensive case. Hi, Dennis. But for the on the topic of cases, I'm going to need a custom case, of course, for the Phoenix, and I have something in mind. I have to find the time to do a prototype, and then hopefully I have that in time to make another video about it. I intended to make a strap making video and a guitar case customizing video before I can take the Phoenix guitar from the spray booth and start polishing. But I'm not sure if I can do the guitar case video in time. I had some setbacks with that. And it might be more work than I anticipated to get the result I want. So I might have to order new stuff, and that might be why I might not be able to do that video in time, because of delivery time, shipping times and such. But we'll see, we'll see. Oh, I'm almost out of frame. Move the frame. Change your frame of reference. Are there still people from the US in chat? Papa, for example, are you still here? I have a question to ask of you. Oh, Oklahoma City, all right, all right. Because it's early morning, halfway. You're in the US. Oh, a lot of people from the US. Didn't expect that because it's still morning, I believe. Maybe halfway the morning, almost afternoon. Yeah, 7. Yeah, it's almost 12 for some of you. Almost 2 p.m. Yeah, because of the time difference, guys. If I wanted to do a live stream that's convenient for a lot of you in the US to watch at night or in the evening, because right now where I'm at, it's almost 9 o'clock in the evening, so 9 p.m. What would be a convenient time for you guys to stream or to watch a stream? Because I'm thinking about doing a US stream. So I have to stream very early in the morning right here. So I'm trying to figure it out. So it's 2 p.m. right there. So if I would start at 8, I have to add 6. So I have to get up at 2 in the night. All right, 2, 3 o'clock at night. Maybe I just keep going then. Instead of waking up early, I go to bed very late. Would that be something you would be interested in? Because I know over half of my subscribers and people who watch my videos are from the US. I believe almost 40% are from the US. So I want to do something in return. And maybe I have to do an Aussie stream as well. I'm very curious to know if that would be something I should do one day. All right. Yeah, I try to announce the streams as soon as possible, and that somewhat bit me in the today because I had to rush to get to this part, to the stitching. But yeah, I always try to announce the streams as early as possible, but usually I really want to have something to do, have a topic to talk about, or have something to do while I'm streaming to show you guys. And usually I only know that just a couple of hours in advance. Like today I was making the straps, the video, and I thought, well, I might have to do a lot of stitching. Well, let's do a live stream so I can get the stitching done and do a stream. But when it was almost time to start the stream, I wasn't anywhere near a point that I could start stitching. So I'm going to take a look at that. Right here it's 9 p.m. So 9 in the afternoon, 9 in the evening. $2100, as we like to call it. Oh, what got me into lutherie? A childhood dream. And I've told this story a lot of times. But for me, it really was a childhood dream. I grew up with a guitar, and I think I posted at one point a photo of me as a baby in a cradle with a guitar next to me. My father played guitar. Unfortunately, he doesn't do that anymore, but when I was just born, my father used to play guitar. And I grew up with guitar music, and when I was a bit older, I think 7, 8 years old, I found a book in the library making musical instruments for children. Very simple, like a toilet roll holder, the tube inside, with some rice in it and 2 pieces of tape on either side as a shaker, and all kinds of simple instruments for kids. And in that booklet there was also a very simple electric guitar, just a single piece of wood with a cardboard body cut out, a single string and a pickup made out of a single magnet with a lot of copper wire around it. And in those days, of course, you still had an old-fashioned record player that needed a preamp, and you could plug that guitar into a preamp for a record player, into a hi-fi system, and you had a single string, very rudimentary, basic, simple electric guitar with just a single string. And as a kid I went around town trying to find wood, trying to find a magnet, trying to find copper wire, but I live in a very small, well, not a very small, but a relatively small village, and of course there was no one who could help me. And yeah, that guitar never got built, but I did start playing guitar, and at one point I upgraded my real first guitar, or at least my mother painted a floral design on it, and the guitar is hanging right there, but currently I'm all tangled up so I can't get it, but you can see it in some of my videos. There's an old acoustic jazz guitar hanging in the shed, and that's my first guitar, and the first guitar I customized together with my mother. I refretted the guitar, I sanded it down, my mother did the floral design, and we tried the best as we could to get that guitar playable again. But of course that didn't work out very well, so I bought a real guitar. And at that time, of course, internet didn't exist. No one told me that making guitars could be a profession. All we knew in the early 80s that guitars came from America, from the US or from Japan. And no one knew, or no one told me that you also had custom guitar builders, and that it's something you could do as a living. So my parents did what all reasonable parents should do, is they made sure I got a real job. So I became a plumber. And then life happened. But one thing I always kept doing was drawing guitars. I always kept drawing and designing guitars. And then at one point, when I was playing one of my own guitars, a couple of years back, it detuned. It was an SG copy. It detuned, and when I looked down, I saw that the neck joint had separated from the body. And at that time, I just bought this house. I had my previous shed right here, and I thought, well, let's see. There's YouTube these days. Let's see if I can try and fix this guitar myself. It's already broken. I can't ruin it any further than it already is. So let's try if I can find some information on how to repair your guitar. And like most of you, I got sucked into the rabbit hole of YouTube videos of people working on guitars. And I started repairing that guitar, and it all went great. And as soon as I finished that guitar and I started playing it again, that old childhood dream resurfaced, so to say. And yeah, I thought, well, I have some spare time. I have a small little workshop. I have some spare money. So why not try and finally build that guitar? I can see there's a lot of information out there on YouTube, on internet, and I can find books, and there are suppliers on the internet right now. And that's what I did. I ordered some tools. I watched a bunch of videos, ordered wood, and started building guitars. And as soon as I made the first one, I was hooked, and I wanted to make the second one. And after making the second one, which was a lot better than the first one, I knew I wanted to do that more often, and I wanted to share that feeling of making a piece of wood into a guitar that is custom made, that's fully made to my style, to my playing style. And I really wanted to share that with others who weren't as fortunate as I am that they could make guitars themselves, but had always dreamed of owning a custom guitar or wanted to experience what it was like to have a guitar bespoke made, so to say. So that's my history of how I got into lutherie and why I'm doing what I'm doing today. Hi, Hot. Yeah, creativity runs in the family. Yeah, especially on my, I think on my mother's side. Both my mother and my sister are very creative, always making stuff. Usually, of course, with knitting, crocheting, paper craft, you name it, painting. And I hide away in the shed with a camera. I should stay focused when stitching. Pretty cool, awesome story. I also dreamed of lutherie. No, tools aren't cheap, and especially the specialized lutherie tools. And that's something I also realized when I made my first two guitars, that I had invested so much in tools that I realized I could, for the same amount of money, I could have ordered a very good custom guitar from any builder. Yeah. Yeah, I owe them. Of course, everyone owes their parents a lot, more than you realize often. Hey, good morning, Sofian. Both skills and mindset. And yeah, when I grew up, we didn't have a lot of money. My father was working a lot, especially early 80s. There was the financial crisis in the early 80s, at least here in the Netherlands, but I think it was everywhere. So parents were working a lot. And most of the things, if we wanted something, we either had to work for it or make it or fix it ourselves. And also from an early age, and I was lucky enough I could do it, or my father was able to do it, I could spend my vacations or the days off from school when I was very young. I think from the age of 6 I joined my father when he went to work to help in my own way. So from a very young age I've been around people working and been working myself as well. Yeah, Mr. Martin, mine too. I think I could use a sewing machine when I was 7 or 8 and I knew how to knit. I knew how to knit, how to cook, basic skills. that still come in handy now and then. For example, knowing your way around needle and thread. Now I'm able to make guitar straps, camera straps, belts, leather pouches. And I think the older you get, the more you start to appreciate your parents and what they did do for you and didn't do for themselves. Sentimental stream. Oh no, Johnny, it's all right. It's all right. That's why we're here, to chat. And if I can, I will answer as many questions as possible. Projects for 2025. Yeah, we talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but there weren't many around yet. 2025. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing another guitar build, but this time maybe a live guitar build. So do a lot of live streams instead of doing the same video series again. Because, to be honest, I like live streaming a lot more. And it's less work for me. I don't have to edit videos and such. So maybe a live or maybe a semi-live guitar build on a Nessa. I really want to build another Nessa guitar. And I have another project in mind. Another guitar build, a new guitar build, a new model, or maybe a one-off guitar. But that's still a bit of a... I want to keep that one to myself for now. But I have something in mind. But I have to do some R&D if it's feasible to do. And I know it's possible because that type of guitar already exists. But the parts aren't readily available. So I might have to find a manufacturer that can make me the parts or is willing to sell me the parts I need. And other than that, it's something that keeps me awake at night, to be honest. How to proceed and what to do. Yeah, I don't want to mention this too often, but I could really use 1 or 2 commissions if I want to be able to keep making guitars, or sell a couple, or I might need to diversify a bit, both with my business and the YouTube channel. So we'll see. For now, we can go on, and I'm still working hard to build up the business side of things. But we need some progress. So I appreciate you all for watching this stream, because I forgot to mention some of you might have ads every half an hour, I think. And of course the donations made by Morgana, for example, those are very, very helpful. And right now every penny, every cent is put back into the channel and into yeah, I can honestly say everything is put back into the channel. And I'm also working very hard on new merchandise, better quality, different variety, and something that I how do you say it? Not that I'm not in charge of, but that I have more control over. The servers I'm using now, I don't have any control over my merchandise instead of the except for the designs. And I really want to be able to offer great quality clothing, embroidered shirts, for example, or button-up shirts with an embroidered. What a difficult word in English. Logo, for example. So I'm working on that. So there's also a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff going on. Of course, guitar shows upcoming next month. So the 23rd, 24th. I always forget. Saturday in November, the Amsterdam Guitar Heaven. Oh, thanks, Johnny. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Or otherwise, I have to find another avenue of income. Of course, we talked about it on stream, on a previous stream. Maybe selling, making and selling templates. Guitar building templates is something I'm considering, and I think something you all might be interested in. Also provide a service where I can design a guitar, make all the templates and drawings for someone who wants to build the guitar themselves but don't know how to design it, or don't know how to make templates, or don't want to spend the time making templates. I really want to keep in the guitar business and keep providing a service, so to say. I want to keep helping people with their guitars, either by building them a custom guitar or make it possible for guys like you all, and girls maybe, to be able to make your own guitar. Because, be honest, it's everyone's dream. Everyone who starts playing guitar has at one point the dream of owning a handmade custom guitar. Yes, Johnny. Yeah. I'm almost daily. I consider it almost daily to run courses, but at the moment my workshop is too small to run a course. Maybe a one-on-one course, but that would be quite expensive. For someone to come and do, and I can't at the moment. I can't afford to rent or buy a bigger workshop. And maybe renting a workshop isn't that difficult, but you also have to equip it with reliable tools, better tools. There are all kinds of regulations, laws and regulations you have to comply to when, of course, opening a school or running courses commercially. So that's something that's my end goal. My end goal with Unquendor Guitars is to be able to open a place where people can come and enjoy everything guitar. So a place where guitarists can come and hang out, play guitars on Friday afternoon, have their guitars serviced, so have a good service department, a repair department, where they can order a custom guitar, of course, with a guitar building section, and a place where I can do courses for guitar builders. But my ultimate dream is to have a place where an official school, so to say, where students can come for as part of their education in woodworking or making musical instruments, and also a place for where people can work who have what we call a distance to the workforce. So maybe people with a slight handicap or with mental health problems. So people who can otherwise who can't otherwise find a job, but really want to do something with their time, with their hands, and I think guitar making, leatherworking is very suitable to have a workshop where all kinds of people can enjoy themselves or practice a craft. Hopefully that's that came across in English for what my vision is. It's even hard to explain for me in Dutch what my vision is, let alone in English. So yeah, teaching if you could do pre-designed prints of templates. Oh yeah, drawings and templates. Yeah, it's something I'm considering, Adam. Although I just cancelled the license for my CAD software today because of the expenses. So if anyone is working for a CAD software publisher, for a CAD software that runs on a Mac, and you like to sponsor my channel, please get in touch. So as you can see, guys, stitching a guitar strap by hand is rather time consuming. Come on. Oh, welcome back, Mr. Martin.
Yep.
Whoa!
Johnny supported the channel and said, "A small thank you for hours of entertainment and learning from your vids."
That's good. Thank you very much, Johnny. Very, very much. Thank you. Highly, highly, highly appreciate it. But it's scared. That startled me. That's because it's dead quiet in the workshop. The only noise in the workshop is me talking. Then there's the sound. Holy shit. $20. Wow, man. Johnny, thank you very much. And I'm glad my videos are helpful to you. You enjoy them. And yeah, thank you. I'll put it to good use. And as I just said, it will be invested into the channel. Yeah, Danish, but I don't think it's only in the Netherlands. Of course, this year it's the Stratocaster's 70th anniversary. So, of course, all magazines, all websites, all the influencers, everybody is talking Strat. And yeah, it's what people want. Strat, and last couple of years, it's been the Tele, of course, the Telecaster, very popular model. And I think if I started to make Tele or Strat copies, I think I would sell them. At least a lot better than my original designs. But I don't know. I have no problem with making a guitar that's inspired by a pre-existing model, as is evidence with the Phoenix build. But I don't make copies. If someone wants a Fender Stratocaster, they should buy a Fender Stratocaster. And that's my opinion. Fender should be better at making Stratocasters after 70 years of experience than I am. So, yeah. But yeah, it's the current trend. Teles, Strats. But maybe, who knows? I hope when I keep doing what I'm doing and try to keep and try to improve. Yeah, try to improve with every guitar I build. Like Johnny said, hopefully one day I'll make it. What's happening? I'm going to shut this up. Someone is texting me. instead of bringing me coffee. And there's one other thing when it comes to, at least that's what I'm gathering right now, at least here in the Netherlands, but I think it's everywhere, that there is a market for high-end expensive guitars, but at the moment that's more the acoustic guitars. The acoustic is more popular now than ever. And when I visited a retail shop, so just a regular guitar shop, I also noticed that there were much more customers for acoustic guitars than there were for electric guitars. I don't know, guys, in the US, UK, anywhere else, same. Acoustics being more popular at the moment because of all the singer-songwriters. I think that's what's happening. All the popular, famous singer-songwriters all playing acoustics. Could you be tempted into building a You have to help me a bit more, Mr. Martin. I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not too familiar with model names and models from other brands. I'm terrible with names. Oh, I think someone somewhat guessed the secret project I was just talking about. Not a Nessa, but to give you guys a heads up, I really want to make a nylon string electric guitar. Maybe a Nessa body, but I think the Sonia body might be more suitable, so the single cut, or maybe a original design altogether. Because for as long as I know, I wanted a Godin nylon string guitar. That's my dream guitar to own. But when I saw one recently in a shop, I saw the price tag. It's a relative expensive guitar, and I thought, well, I am a guitar builder. Why should I buy a guitar? Why not make one? So that's where the idea started, to make a nylon string guitar, but as an electric, so somewhat like a Godin, but then the hardware, the electronics, is not readily available. So either I have to design it myself and have a manufacturer make it for me, or I have to go to a brand like Fishman, for example, and ask if they can supply me with the needed parts and electronics. So yeah, so the secret, the kind of secret is out. Wasn't really a secret, but yeah, I wanted to keep it as a surprise a bit. I made a mistake. I dropped my needle. And that's the big secret, guys, of not getting your wires tangled and not getting knots, is to make sure that as soon as you let go of your needle, you put it somewhere there where it can't get through a loop or get tangled up. And that's what I'm constantly doing. So I'm taking out my needle, threading it through the strap, and as soon as I want to let go, I put it somewhere so it can't get tangled up. All right, I have to look it up, Mr. Martin. Like I said, I am not good with these kinds of things. I have a couple of books, those thick books you can buy for a couple of bucks with guitar collections in them or guitars throughout the years, 2000 guitars, all that kind of books. And once in a while I just flip through them. Sometimes to look for inspiration, or what's the opposite of inspiration? Writer's block, but that's not what I'm thinking of. When I come up with a design, I flick through those books to make sure I'm not copying a pre-existing design, for example. Headstocks, body shapes. Just to make sure that I'm original and not by accident, because that can happen. You can by accident come up with what you think is an original design, and on hindsight it already exists. Just like with writing music, it can also happen in design. Oh, The Misadventures of a Little Wolf. Good to see. Yeah, I'm torturing myself by saddle stitching a guitar strap. This is my hobby now. And I mean it, because I think it's great, leatherworking. It's so similar but yet so different from guitar making. I think that's because you have to be precise and patient, but there's a lot of give in leatherworking, if that's the correct term. If you make a mistake, or for example cutting a strap with a strap cutter, it doesn't have to be dead straight. That's what I tried to do in the beginning. I tried to keep the leather dead straight, used all kinds of jigs and straight edges to try and keep the leather as straight as possible, and didn't trust the strap cutter. But if you just trust in the tool, you can just cut straps fairly easy, and it doesn't have to be, or doesn't have to lay straight along a straight edge. And yeah, it's much more forgiving. That was the word I was looking for, in comparison to woodworking. Let's see. Hey, Richard. Yeah, yeah, I will keep this in English, Richard, if you don't mind. yeah, I'm playing with threads. Let's see, I got a bit distracted. Go up and over. Yeah, well, my arse isn't... Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that part of my body isn't hurting that much, but my fingers are at the moment. I think there might be pieces of myself embedded in the strap right now. Yeah, it's never straight. And you have to... And for me on a personal level, that's a good thing. That means I have to accept the way the material behaves and work with it instead of trying to make it do what I wanted it to do, if that makes sense. And I think if you put your effort into leatherworking, no matter what, you get a very, very nice result very quickly. And we talked about the stitches. This is what I meant, guys, with the stitches all being at a slight angle. Nice patterns, they're nice and flush with the groove I made. And give a close-up of the back side very carefully right now. And on the back, the same, all stitches are nice and even. And when I'm done, I'm going to tap them with a hammer very carefully. And they will be nice and flush. No, it's not as easy as it might look, but I think if you have good preparation and are consistent with the way you handle your threads, and when you have a couple of hundred of stitches to practice, and I think I've done thousands by now, not on this strap, but on all my straps, you get quite proficient at it. Oh. And I'm going to, real quick, use my phone for a moment. Oh, camera off. Because I'm getting thirsty. Where are you? I'm looking for the cup of coffee emoji to send to my wife. What did she send me? Here we go. Type, camera. Damn it. Yeah, I really need to. And the phone cam is back. Hope you guys can see it. Oh, jet. good practice for a perfectionist to be sometimes not in control. Yeah, it is. It is very good practice. Hard sometimes. But yeah, it's good. It really is. Oh, put my needle aside. So here we go. Battery life's doing good. Yeah, thank you, little wolf. It means a lot. I'm glad you approve. Yeah, and there are just the little things that make a difference. For example, making sure that when you pull the last bit of thread through the stitch, you make sure that the thread is lying nice and flat and there isn't a twist in that stitch. Oh. Ow. Sharp needle. Buying coffee doorbell. Yeah. We thought about installing a old-fashioned intercom. But these things are expensive these days. Holy crap. Dank u wel. Koffie. Yeah. Oh, stitching irons, that's the correct. I was calling it stitching forks, or I don't know what I called it, but yeah, they're diamond shaped. Where is it? There's one. And the other. These are the 3mm stitch length. Yeah, I think these give the best results. Ooh, there's black dye everywhere. Come on. And I really like the thread. It's new, or at least for me, and it might be old-fashioned because it's real cotton. It's much nicer to work with than what I used to use, the plastic based, nylon based, or whatever it was. This gives a nicer result. How do they differ from the diamond irons, if I may ask? Yeah, I think oh no. Alright, I have to look into it. Oh yeah, nylon thread, yeah. Yeah, this is real cotton. Also real nice. Yeah, this is one I bought a while ago. Oh, it's still in the packaging. It's 2 millimeters. I thought, well, that's easier. There are more teeth, but also more stitches. So, never use this one. Yeah guys, leatherworking is the same as with woodworking. Also a lot of tools to get. But fortunately the most tools aren't that expensive. And with just a couple of basic tools you can do a lot. Oh yeah, if the holes are slanted by themselves, yeah, I can see that's so your stitches will be slanted or at an angle even more than with a diamond. Yeah, same as with woodwork. But I feel with leatherworking, at least that was my experience, that for a reasonable amount of money you can get real nice results. Like making guitar straps, you don't need much. And I think overall maybe tools are, I don't know. But of course the material itself is a bit more expensive. Depending maybe a bit on the quality of leather, but I always buy full hides. Or yeah, these orange hides were partial and I got a very good deal on them. What the black belt leather. Oh my god. Full heights are getting really, really expensive. Yeah, me too. Misadventures, and that's the difference. For me, leatherwork is my hobby. Of course, I use it in my business, but usually I only make guitar straps either by order or to give away with one of my guitars. And then when you're doing something for a hobby, usually you don't take time into consideration, except of course when making a commissioned guitar strap, you have to take your time into consideration. And I've been looking into, into getting a sewing machine, but yeah, I couldn't find what I was looking for the price I was willing to spend. Because as soon as I start buying equipment and machines, it has to be feasible from a business point of view, I think. Hey Owen. Alright, you don't do straps or belts. What's your specialty, if I may ask, Little Wolf? Maybe we've talked about it, but I can't recall. I'm going to raise my bench a bit. So nice to be able to do that. Check the stitches, maybe. I'm going to put my camera right here. Of course, guys, shameless plug. Unquendor Guitars, camping mug. In the Unquendor Guitars merchandise store, of course. Shameless plugging. Oh, wallets and small ladies' bags. All right. Designer bags. More challenging, I think. Maybe less time consuming, at least wallet. Nah, well, there's a lot of work in wallets, I think. And less boring, maybe. Well, boring is maybe not the correct word. Less repetitive than belts. All right, 12 hours. Few custom orders for Christmas, so you have your hands full the coming weeks. Also 12 hours of stitching. Okay. Isn't there money to be made in straps, belts, straps? I know there's a small little business that opened up here in town a couple of years ago, I think 2-3 years ago, that's making a living out of collars and harnesses for cats and dogs and pets and such. All kinds of, maybe collars for people as well, I don't know, but they say they make leather accessories for pets. And I think you can whip out straps like this, especially when you have a sewing machine, relatively easy. Or is the market too saturated, like it is with custom guitars, that there's hardly any money to be... No! Uh-oh. Did I make a boo-boo? My first boo-boo? No. Oh, you're also hand sewing everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, you just said that, yeah. Oh well, the market isn't bad. All right, yeah. Yeah, it's and the best sewing machines used to come from Scotland, isn't it? The Singer sewing machines. At least there was a big factory in Scotland, if I'm not mistaken. Whoops. Drop the needle. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to confess I have a weak spot for Scotland. I hope to be back there. Oh, right, yeah. All right. Oh, Mr. Martin, I have to hand-powered singer. I will as soon as I can. Misadventures of a Little Wolf. It's about time I went back to Scotland. I intend to do a couple of hikes at least, and well, maybe it's time we spend another holiday in Scotland, and there's a lot of people I have to visit. So yeah, I have to talk to my wife about maybe going to Scotland next year. We went there for our anniversary, on our honeymoon, and we spent a couple of holidays in various places. All right, bye, Owen. Nice shopping. Hiking is for loonies. Yeah, well, at the moment it's what keeps me sane, Little Wolf. And I really want to do the, of course, the West Highland way. Speyside way and enjoy one of Scotland's other products. Oh yeah. So oh, thank you for the tip. Yeah, my brother just finished the West Highland Way a couple of weeks ago, or months maybe even by now. But he did it recently, and he said it was pretty busy. So now I'm going to think real hard where the Singer factory was located. Oh, I'll have to look it up. I think it's German, because I ordered it from Germany, so it most likely is German. Yeah, Sattler Garden, it is German. Oh, let's focus. I have to get away. Come on, focus. Here we go. This is what I'm using. It's real cotton. It's just lightly waxed, so it's not as sticky as my nylon thread, the one I used to use. And I really like it. It's a 1.1 millimeter thick thread, or diameter 1.1. It's very lightly waxed, so it doesn't stick as much. I really like it. A lot more than the nylon thread I'm used to using. And it also doesn't seem to twist up on itself as much as the nylon thread. So that's a big plus. Yeah, where is it? This is the other thread I used on previous straps. Come on, focus, camera, come on. It doesn't work. And you can see it's really sticky. Also onto itself. Oh. So I do prefer the real cotton thread over this stuff, and unfortunately I still have a couple of spools of this thread. Let's see this needle. Oh, most likely. Yeah, I was looking for this particular orange, and I also needed to order some other stuff. I don't know what they're called. Some Chicago book screws and some of those rivets, and I ordered those from a German supplier, and he happened to have this orange thread as well, so I ordered it without even looking at the material. I just looked at the thickness and the color. So I ordered 2 spools, 200 meters, so good enough for a couple of guitar straps. There's 12 meters in a single strap. So 20? No, not 20, 15 straps or something. What letters am I using? And this is where you can tell I'm not a professional. I really don't know. Where's an offcut? I really don't. I'm not sure, because I have a Dutch supplier which I can go and visit, and I always tell them I need black leather that's reasonably soft to the touch, slightly flexible but sturdy enough for a guitar strap, so there's not much stretch when it comes to linear stretch. That's the word I was looking for. But still, it's nice and flexible, and it feels good even if I don't do a double layer like I'm doing right now. So I'm not sure about the kind of leather. I always go for a premium leather, and also what he has, because he doesn't always have, for example, this type of leather. Sometimes he has it, sometimes he doesn't have it. Doesn't have it? Yeah, English. So it depends, and for the orange stuff, I just happened to come across it on a Renaissance fair. There was a leather supplier, mostly supplying leather for cosplay, and he had 2 half heights of this orange leather for very, very cheap. So I bought everything he had for the inside of the strap, and who knows what other projects. Yeah, it is. If my translation is correct, it is bridle leather, or what's also used for saddles and such. Yeah, I know it has a name, because I also have some other leather straps, and this is more shiny, and this feels different. The finish on it, it feels different. It's smoother. It's, I wouldn't say plasticky, but that's the closest I can reference to. And this feels more natural, but it is very good. Yes, strap making leather, we call it in Dutch, or bridle leather. I think it's the same translation. Yeah, the orange is gorgeous, and it was very, very cheap. I really had a bargain, a steal. Sometimes at these Renaissance fairs, at least here in the Netherlands, there are leather suppliers that sell scraps or leather that has a little defect in them. These two hides, for example, had a stripe somewhere across the entire hide, but if you can use it on the inside, it's fine. So it's and all kinds of tears, but you can work around those. So you can have a steal sometimes. Yeah, it's the good stuff. So this really is turning into a leatherworking stream. I like it. So guys, if anyone has any leatherworking questions, comments, now's the time to ask. Yeah, it's a shame. It really is. For both sides. Brexit. Oh, thank you for the info, Simon. Yeah, I know that at least this leather I'm using right now, the subtle or flexible, or how do you call it, it's getting late, and the later it gets, the worse my English gets. I know this is veg stand. Oh. And the orange, I don't know. If I had to go on the price, it's the cheapest, dirtiest, unethical leather possible, maybe. But hey, it's gorgeous. And I happened to come across it. Oh, man. I'm a quarter of the way there. Just another 9 hours to go. Oh, what's the difference? Because I burnished the edges. Yeah, it's a pretty orange. I was at a Renaissance fair with my wife, and we didn't intend to buy anything, of course. You're not leather shopping, at least I'm not, at a Renaissance fair. But one of the first stalls we came across was that leather vendor. And we bought all the orange he had. And we had to carry that 2 leather hides with us the entire time. And it was warm and hot, and I was sweaty. And at the end of the day, my nice white button-up blouse wasn't as white anymore. Oh, then this is all veg tanned because it's shiny. But I must say the orange was very hard to burnish. Wow, this is becoming educational for me. I love it. Learning about leather. Yeah. Yes, I did, Simon. First, I've sanded the edges and, of course, make the orange flush with the black strip, and then dyed the edges black. Let it dry for just a moment. Used a burnishing stick to rub the edges until I got a nice shine. And then I used my cordless drill with a nylon burnishing disc and went over the entire strap. And I tried to blend in the orange with the black layer. So you have a hard time seeing where the seam is between the two of them. And I think once I'm done, I'm going to once again use some microcrystalline wax on the edge and burnish it once more. And now my needle is stuck. Here we go. No, just dye. And after dyeing, used my little stick, rubbing my stick. And after that I used a little bit of microcrystalline wax just on the edge and used the nylon wheel just to round over the edges a bit more and try to blend in the two layers. What's happening? Oh. Yeah, coming Monday there will be a video on how I did everything. So I'm also making a video on the entire process. Let's take the small strap. So what I did, of course, I've cut the straps from the leather hide. And then I used, I don't know how these tools are called, guys, one of these to make a groove all around the entire strap. Then I used a stitching iron in a arbor press and just followed the groove and used the last hole punched as a guide for the last tooth on the punching iron, and just punched all the way around. And for the edges, or for the ends, I used a single punch and punched all the holes. And then started stitching. Oh yeah, and of course I glued on a backing layer of orange leather before I punched all the holes. And before punching, I also, I sanded the sides like I said, and burnished the edges. Thank you very much, little wolf. Or at least I presume you're talking. Yeah, I don't know if it's talented. We talked about it earlier in this stream about the influence of your parents and the need of having to do things yourself because you either can't afford it or you don't have anyone who can do it for you, and that you have to try at least to do things yourself. And I'm convinced that anyone can do everything as long as he sets his or her mind to it. Oh, thank you very much, little wolf. It really means a lot. Yeah, and I have to be honest, I get a lot of satisfaction out of trying to get each stitch as perfect as I can get them. And it's easier with this thread, to be honest. It's much easier than with the nylon thread, because that's a bit flatter. This is also not perfectly round, but the nylon thread is real flat on one side, and you really have to pay attention that you have the broad side up. And it's easier with this thread, to be honest. And like I said, make sure this loop doesn't twist when you pull it tight. But of course, I don't have to to tell you that. Oh, come on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think a machine stitched one is also at least 200. Yeah, I don't know. If you had to charge for a hand-stitched strap, would be a very expensive strap. So that's why I only give them away. I rarely sell them unless commissioned, like I said. But because it's a labor of love, most of all, I only give them away with a guitar or for someone special occasion, as a gift. But it's a lot quicker than making a guitar. And the second half of the strap goes a lot quicker because you don't have all the length of thread to manage. Ah! Yeah. Oh, lined. All right. 250. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I did some commissioned straps, and that's about the same that I charged for a strap. Oh, my batteries are almost empty. It's been almost 4 hours already. So let's go for another 20 minutes, then it's 11 o'clock where I'm at. Yeah, that's very cheap. Or you're very fast. Yeah, I don't think I can make it till halfway the strap. Uh-oh. That's the first. That's the first stitch I forgot to switch needles. Oh. So there's another night of stitching ahead. So you guys let me know, would you like me to do another stream? Maybe tomorrow night to finish this strap or not? Oh. Yeah. Bye, Dennis. Bye bye. See you later. Yeah, yeah, maybe I'll stream it, because I have to record the rest of the video tomorrow of me making the rest of the strap. But if I don't finish it in time, then I might have to do a stream tomorrow night, so I can finish the video on Saturday, and edit the video on Saturday. Making the strap itself, just a couple of hours. Cutting the strap, cutting the leather, all two pieces, because it's a two-piece strap with an adjustment. This takes me 2 hours maybe to cut and prepare the leather. And yeah, now I've been streaming for just under 4 hours. So with burnishing, dyeing the leather, burnishing, punching the holes and stitching almost halfway there is 4 hours. So I think I can make a strap, including stitching this, but this is much quicker to stitch. I can make this strap in, I think, 4 hours, so 4, 8, I think 12-ish hours, maybe, if I'm not shooting videos and talking a lot. Ooh, something to drink. Dank u. I think 12-ish hours. Yeah, it should be 400 euros a strap, minimum, at minimum. If I would charge all the hours, material, yeah, I think 400, 450 a strap. And that's the double lined. So 350 for a single strap, if I would charge all my labor. Yeah, but that's what the strap should cost. It's not what I can get for them. But that would be a realistic costing price without any profit. So there's almost no margin. That's yeah, 10,000 euros would be nice. Yeah. And that's 400 euros without taxes, because we have to add sales tax or value added tax. So I have to upcharge 21% on taxes. So there's a fifth, so there's 80, so it's almost a 500 euro strap on labor alone. Labor, bit of material, no overhead. I usually make my straps in batches. Good question. The black leather I'm using is 3.5 millimeters approximately, and the orange is 2.5 millimeters thick. Yeah, Rody, for a strap I recommend a minimum thickness of 3.5 millimeters. At a minimum. Yeah. Yeah, some people just don't understand handmade. Same with guitars. The majority of visitors, for example, on a trade show, compare my guitars with overseas, Eastern made factory guitars. And they wonder why my guitars are more expensive or higher priced. They're not expensive, they're higher priced. Different value. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not familiar with the Oz or ounce, or I don't know how to pronounce it even. But luckily we have some experts in chat to help. No, handmade is not expensive, it's a different value. I'm a bit lost in that conversation, guys. But never mind. Go ahead. Oh, my battery is almost empty. Another 8 minutes. Come. This is the longest my battery pack lasted. It almost lasted 4 hours. So guys, let me know in chat as soon as my audio cuts out. And I have to rearrange some things to close the stream. Hi Adam, goodbye, goodbye. Yeah. Yeah, maybe if I have one spare. This one is going, of course, with the Phoenix, but I'll make sure when I have a spare strap, little wolf, and I'm going to visit Scotland, we're going to meet up and exchange gifts. Still, yeah, there's still audio. Oh, my top mic is already shut off. Don't sell yourself short, little wolf. That's my job. Oh, come on. Thank you. Ah, come on. Stitching for 3 hours straight. Wow. I might be really cranky in real life, little wolf. Who knows? Grumpy old man. So, yeah. This is not good. Not good. So, couple stitches to go before we're going to call it a night. Yeah, I'm going to finish this one. It's the last stitch. Of tonight. So here we go. I see a lot of red lights right there, meaning my batteries are really almost empty. We're going to take a look at today's result. I'm going to use this one. So, I'm going to move slowly, guys, so you guys don't get nauseous. And here we go. All the stitches. This is on the front, and this is how the back looks. Also pretty consistent. Pretty happy with this. And the nice thing is, once I'm done stitching, I'm going to tap the stitches with a hammer and slightly flatten them, and then they are all nice and consistent. Let's switch back to the main camera. Here we are. Oh, haha, wrong camera. Front ultra wide. This one. And I'm going to turn off this one. So yeah, here we are. I still have some battery left for audio. Yeah, I really like the contrast. I usually use grey as a contrast color on my straps, but I really like the orange as well, so that's something future customers can choose between a grey border or a orange border, and of course a lining or a backing, yes or no. So it's always nice to have some options. Yeah, thank you all. I'm going to clean up a bit and call it a night. I'm going to finish my Coke, relax for another hour before I'm going to bed, and tomorrow record the making of the straps a bit further. So thank you all for joining me during this stream. I really appreciate you guys being here. We have a nice chat. Multiple topics, leatherworking, of course, the influence of your parents and creativity. Yeah, I really enjoyed myself, and yeah, keep an eye out, guys. If I have more stitching to do tomorrow, I will fire up another live stream. So yeah, the announcement for the live stream will be a bit last minute, I think, but yeah, if you have the time, keep an eye out for the notification if I do start a live stream tomorrow night, or maybe even Saturday morning real early. So for the US, people in the US, you might catch a late night stream for you on Friday night. That's it. Yeah, thank you all. That's it. Let's see the chat. Yeah, thank you for the stream. You're all very welcome. Thank you all again for joining. And I hope to see you, of course, in the next video, or talk to you guys in the next live stream. So, yeah, I'm going to call it, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you all. Bye.